What if in a village where time moves like honey through stone, two souls discovered that the most profound secrets hide not in grand libraries, but in the gentle turning of an ancient wheel? Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. If this tale finds you wandering through England's countryside lanes, I'd love to know. Where in the world are you listening from? Are you a fellow night owl, a history lover, or just chasing rest with a curious mind? Share in the comments below. Give it a like and subscribe, but only if this story kept you company. In the heart of the Cotswolds, where limestone cottages nestle like contented cats against rolling hills, there exists a village so perfectly preserved that time itself seems to pause for a cup of tea. Lower Slaughter stretches along its gentle stream like a watercolour painting that refused to dry, each honey-coloured stone whispering stories of centuries past. The River Eye meanders through the village with the unhurried grace of a retired gentleman taking his constitutional, while ancient bridges arch over its crystal waters like gentle smiles frozen in stone. The year was 1936, when the world outside these pastoral lanes was beginning to stir with uncertain winds, yet within Lower Slaughter's embrace, life continued with the steady rhythm of seasons turning and mill wheels creaking their eternal song. The village had weathered plague and prosperity, war and peace, kings and commoners, yet its character remained as unchanging as the limestone from which it was hewn. At the heart of this tranquil tableau stood the old mill, a structure so integral to the village's identity that locals often forgot it was a building at all, thinking of it instead as a natural feature, like the stream itself or the ancient oaks that shadowed the church. The mill had ground grain for 3 centuries, its great wheel turning with the patient persistence of time itself, powered by waters that had flowed here since before human memory began to keep count. The wheel turned slowly, methodically, each revolution marking not minutes but moments of meditation. The sound it made was neither grinding nor groaning, but something altogether more musical, a soft, rhythmic whisper that seemed to say, "Patience, patience, patience," to anyone who paused to listen. Even when the wind was still and the village held its breath, you could hear the wheel's gentle conversation with the water, an endless dialogue between human ingenuity and nature's flow. Thomas Hartwell had been the mill's keeper for nearly 2 decades, having inherited both the position and the peculiar contentment that seemed to come with it from his father, who had inherited it from his father before him. Thomas possessed the rare gift of finding profound satisfaction in simple rhythms. His days began before dawn with the ritual of checking the wheel's alignment, examining the stones for wear, and ensuring the grain bins were properly arranged. By the time the village stirred to life, Thomas would already be settled into the mill's ancient rhythm, moving with the unhurried grace of a man who had learned that the most important work was often the quietest. He was a tall man, though he seemed to take up less space than his height suggested, moving through the world with the gentle deliberation of someone who had discovered that rushing was mostly an illusion. His hands, permanently dusted with flour despite frequent washing, told the story of his trade in the fine lines etched by years of working with grain and stone. His eyes, the colour of autumn leaves, held a depth that suggested he saw more than most people suspected, though he rarely felt compelled to share these observations unless the moment seemed particularly right. The mill itself was a testament to the ingenuity of generations past, its thick stone walls keeping the interior cool even on the warmest summer days. The machinery, though ancient by modern standards, operated with the precision of a well-tuned orchestra. The great grinding stones, each weighing nearly a ton, had been quarried from Peak District millstone grit over 2 centuries ago. They had been carefully dressed and balanced so many times that they knew each other's surfaces like old married couples, fitting together with an intimacy born of countless shared revolutions. Sacks of wheat, barley and oats lined the mill's walls like comfortable cushions, each one representing a connection to the surrounding farms that spread across the Cotswold hills like a patchwork quilt of green and gold. Thomas knew the farmers by name, their children by temperament, and their grain by the way it felt between his fingers. He could tell you which field each sack had come from, what the weather had been like during harvest, and how the grain would behave in the stones. This knowledge wasn't learned from books, but absorbed through years of patient attention, like the way the mill walls had absorbed the scent of grain and the sound of turning wheels. On this particular morning in late September, when autumn mist clung to the valley like a soft grey shawl, Thomas discovered something unusual tucked beneath a loose stone near the wheel's foundation. It was a small leather journal, aged to the colour of old tea and worn soft by countless hands. The cover bore no title, only the faint impression of what might once have been initials, now too faded to read with certainty. The journal had clearly been hidden with intention, wedged into a space that seemed designed for concealment. Someone had taken great care to ensure it would be protected from moisture while remaining accessible to those who knew where to look. Thomas turned it over in his flour-dusted hands, feeling the weight of secrets within its pages. The leather was surprisingly supple despite its obvious age, suggesting it had been well cared for during its hidden years. As Thomas examined his discovery, the morning mist began its slow retreat from the village lanes, revealing the familiar sight of smoke rising from cottage chimneys like prayer ribbons in the still air. The sound of the mill wheel provided a gentle percussion to the village's awakening symphony. The soft splash of water over stones, the distant bleating of sheep on the hills, the creak of garden gates opening to admit the new day. It was then that Eleanor Pemberton appeared at the mill's doorway, her silhouette framed by the golden light filtering through the mist. Eleanor had been the village librarian for 37 years before retiring the previous spring, and her departure from that position had been mourned by every resident who had ever sought her gentle guidance through the maze of books, local history, and quiet wisdom she had tended with such devotion. In retirement, Eleanor had not retreated from village life, but had instead become its unofficial chronicler, walking the lanes each morning with the patient attention of someone gathering stories like wildflowers. She possessed the librarian's instinct for recognizing the significance of seemingly ordinary objects, and as her eyes fell upon the journal in Thomas's hands, her expression shifted from mild curiosity to focused interest. "Thomas," she said, her voice carrying the soft authority of someone accustomed to being listened to, "that looks remarkably like something that's been waiting a very long time to be found." Eleanor was a woman who had grown gracefully into her 7th decade, her silver hair pinned back with the same ivory comb she had worn for 40 years, her eyes bright with the particular intelligence that comes from spending a lifetime surrounded by books and the people who love them. She wore a woolen cardigan the colour of lavender, its pockets bulging with the miscellaneous items she collected during her morning walks. Interesting stones, fallen leaves, snippets of conversation that might prove useful later. She had the librarian's gift for asking exactly the right question at exactly the right moment, and as she stepped into the mill's cool interior, the morning light caught the dust motes dancing in the air around her like tiny spirits celebrating her arrival. The mill wheel's gentle rhythm seemed to welcome her presence, its whispered conversation with the stream taking on a slightly different cadence, as if it too recognized that something significant was about to unfold. Thomas held out the journal, and as Eleanor took it in her hands, both of them felt the peculiar sensation of touching something that had been patiently waiting for this exact moment. The leather seemed to warm under her touch, and the pages, when she gently opened the cover, released the faint scent of lavender and old ink mixed with something else, perhaps the ghost of the mist that had protected it through its years of hiding. The first page bore an inscription in faded brown ink, written in the careful copper plate hand that had been taught in village schools decades ago. For those who understand that the most important stories are often the quietest ones, may this journal find its way to hands that will treasure what it holds. Eleanor and Thomas exchanged a glance that spoke volumes without requiring words. In the gentle light filtering through the mill's small windows surrounded by the patient sounds of water and stone, they both understood that they had been chosen as the guardians of whatever secrets the journal contained. The morning mist continued its retreat from the village, But within the mill's ancient walls, a different kind of mystery was just beginning to reveal itself. As Eleanor carefully turned the pages, the journal's contents began to emerge like photographs developing in a dark room. The entries were written in several different hands, spanning what appeared to be decades, each writer adding their own observations to an ongoing conversation that stretched back through time. The earliest entries dated from the 1870s, written in a bold, confident script that recorded observations about the mill's operation, the village's seasonal rhythms and the subtle changes that marked the passage of years. But these were not merely practical notes about grain and weather. The journal revealed itself to be something far more precious, a collection of village stories, observations about human nature, and gentle philosophies developed through years of patient watching and listening. Each writer had contributed their own thread to a tapestry of rural wisdom that painted Lower Slaughter not just as a place, but as a state of mind. One entry, dated June 21st, 1883, recorded the summer solstice celebrations in prose that made Eleanor smile. The children danced around the mill wheel today, their laughter mixing with the water's song in a way that made the old stones remember when they too were young. Mrs. Hartwell brought elderflower cordial that tasted like sunshine distilled into bottles, and even stern Mr. Blackwood was seen tapping his foot to the fiddle music. The wheel turned as it always does, but today it seemed to turn with joy. Another entry, from a different hand and dated 20 years later, described the harsh winter of 1904. The wheel froze solid for 3 weeks, standing motionless like a meditation on time itself. Yet when the thaw came, it resumed its turning as if it had merely been holding its breath. The village learned patience that winter, and perhaps patience learned something from us as well. Even in stillness there is motion. Even in silence there are stories. Thomas peered over Eleanor's shoulder as she read, the familiar scent of flour and grain mixing with her subtle perfume of soap and lavender water. The mill wheel continued its ancient rhythm, and gradually both of them began to realize that its sound was not merely mechanical, but musical, each revolution creating a soft note that harmonized with the stream's burbling voice and the whispered turning of journal pages. "Look at this," Eleanor murmured, pointing to an entry that seemed to be written in her own century. "This one's dated 1923. The handwriting is different again, but the tone, it's as if all these writers were having a conversation across the decades." The entry she had found described the mill during the Great War's aftermath, when young men had returned changed from battles fought in foreign fields, seeking solace in the familiar rhythms of village life. The anonymous writer had observed, "They come to watch the wheel turn, these boys who have seen too much. They don't speak of what they've witnessed, but in the mill's ancient patience they find a kind of healing. The wheel turns as it turned before they left, as it will turn long after their nightmares fade. There is comfort in continuity, in the knowledge that some things endure." Eleanor turned more pages, each one revealing new layers of the village's hidden history. There were observations about seasonal changes that spanned decades, allowing patterns to emerge that no single lifetime could have perceived. There were character sketches of long-dead villagers, written with such affection and insight that they seemed to step living from the pages. There were recipes for traditional remedies, fragments of old songs, and philosophical musings that transformed everyday occurrences into profound meditations on life's meaning. One writer had developed a theory that the mill wheel's rotation created a kind of temporal eddy, a place where time moved differently than in the outside world. Perhaps, the entry suggested, this is why the village changes so slowly, why people who come here seem to find a different rhythm for their lives. The wheel doesn't just grind grain, it grinds time itself into something more nourishing, more sustaining than the hurried minutes that govern life beyond these lanes. Thomas found himself nodding as Eleanor read this passage aloud. He had often felt that his days at the mill passed differently than other days, that the hours spent listening to the wheel's rhythm existed in a space separate from the ordinary flow of time. Now, reading the observations of previous mill keepers, he realized this sensation had been shared across generations. "Here's something remarkable," Eleanor said. her voice taking on the excited tone she had once reserved for particularly fascinating library discoveries. This entry from 1895 describes finding this very journal hidden in the same spot where you discovered it, Thomas. The writer says they added their own observations before returning it to its hiding place for future generations to find. The entry she had found was written in elegant Victorian script. Today, I discovered a remarkable journal hidden beneath the wheel's foundation, filled with observations and wisdom from previous guardians of this sacred place. I have added my own small contributions to this continuing conversation, this dialogue between past and future that the mill wheel seems to facilitate. When my time as keeper ends, I shall return this treasure to its resting place, trusting that it will find its way to the next soul who needs to discover the deeper rhythms that govern this blessed village. Thomas and Eleanor looked at each other with growing wonder, understanding that they had become part of a tradition that stretched back through generations, a secret society of village observers who had been documenting the deeper truths hidden beneath Lower Slaughter's tranquil surface. The journal was not just a collection of random observations, but a carefully curated archive of rural wisdom, passed from hand to hand like a sacred trust. As the morning advanced and the mist finally lifted completely from the village lanes, more entries revealed themselves. There were seasonal observations that read like poetry. October mornings arrive wearing veils of silver mist, and the mill wheel turns through air, thick enough to taste, each revolution releasing the ghost breath of autumn into the waiting world. There were character studies that captured the essence of village personalities with remarkable insight. Old Mrs. Whitmore believes she's been appointed by Providence to monitor everyone's business, but her vigilance stems from loneliness rather than nosiness. She waters her garden at dawn not because the plants require it, but because the ritual gives her an excuse to witness the village awakening, to feel part of the daily miracle of another day beginning. Eleanor turned to a section that seemed devoted to the mill itself, where multiple writers had contributed observations about its mysterious influence on village life. One entry noted, "Visitors often comment on Lower Slaughter's unusual tranquility, attributing it to the beautiful architecture or pristine setting. But those of us who live here know the secret lies deeper. The mill wheel's eternal rotation creates a kind of gravitational field of calm, drawing away anxiety and replacing it with acceptance. People slow down here not because they choose to, but because the very air vibrates with patience." Another writer had developed this theme further. "I have noticed that arguments rarely last long in this village. The anger seems to dissipate like morning mist when exposed to the mill wheel's influence. Perhaps the constant sound of water and stone creates a natural meditation, reminding us that most conflicts are temporary, while peace is the more natural state of things." Thomas found these observations particularly resonant, remembering how often he had seen troubled visitors arrive at the mill tents and distracted, only to leave hours later wearing expressions of unexpected serenity. He had always attributed this transformation to the mill's peaceful setting, but the journal suggested something more profound at work. The entries revealed that previous mill keepers had consciously cultivated this atmosphere of healing tranquility. One writer described developing specific rituals for welcoming visitors. "I have learned to let people find their own rhythm around the wheel. Some need to talk, pouring out their troubles like grain from overfull sacks. Others prefer silence, letting the wheel's revolution speak for them. My role is not to provide answers, but to create a space where answers can emerge naturally, like wheat from properly tended soil." Eleanor discovered a section devoted to what the writers called the mill's mathematics, observations about the precise relationships between the wheel's rotation, the stream's flow, and the village's seasonal rhythms. One particularly detailed entry, written by someone with clearly scientific inclinations, had calculated that the wheel completed exactly 13,140 revolutions per day during optimal water flow, a number that somehow corresponded to significant moments in village life. "Listen to this," Eleanor said, her voice filled with fascination. "This writer claims that major village events, births, deaths, marriages, significant arrivals and departures, tend to occur at specific intervals that correspond to the wheel's rotation cycles. They've documented patterns spanning decades, suggesting that the mill doesn't just respond to village life, but somehow helps orchestrate it. The idea seemed fantastical, yet as Eleanor read examples from the journal, both she and Thomas began to recognise patterns they had never consciously noticed. The mill did seem to exist at the centre of a web of connections that extended throughout the village, its influence subtle but undeniable. One of the most intriguing sections dealt with what the writers called the mill's memory, the idea that the wheel and stones retained impressions of all the grain they had processed, all the conversations they had witnessed, all the secrets they had absorbed through centuries of patient service. Sometimes, on very still mornings when the mist lies heavy on the water, one entry recorded, I swear I can hear echoes of voices from decades past, fragments of conversations that the mill has preserved like pressed flowers between the pages of time. Thomas had experienced similar sensations during his early morning routines, moments when the mill seemed populated by invisible presences, when the air itself held traces of vanished laughter and whispered confidences. Reading about similar experiences in the journal made him realise he had been sharing these moments with a community of kindred spirits stretching back through generations. As they continued reading, Eleanor and Thomas discovered that several entries dealt with the journal's own mysterious properties. Multiple writers had noted that the journal seemed to reveal different contents at different times, that entries appeared and disappeared according to some logic known only to the journal itself. I have read this remarkable book dozens of times, one writer observed, yet each reading reveals passages I swear were not there before. Perhaps the journal, like the mill it chronicles, exist partially outside normal time, allowing past and future to mingle in ways that transcend ordinary understanding. This observation resonated with Eleanor's current experience. As she turned the pages, she occasionally glimpsed text that seemed to shimmer and fade when she tried to focus on it directly, as if some entries were meant to be perceived only peripherally, like stars that disappear when viewed directly, but shine clearly when seen from the corner of one's eye. The morning had advanced while they read, and the mill had begun receiving its usual succession of farmers bringing grain for processing. But Thomas found that the journal's revelations had changed his perception of these routine encounters. Each farmer who entered the mill seemed to carry not just sacks of grain, but stories, connections to the larger web of rural life that the journal had revealed in such luminous detail. Old Mr. Kendrick, who farmed the hills above the village, arrived with his weekly load of wheat, but now Thomas noticed how the man paused to listen to the wheel's rhythm, how his weathered face softened in response to the mill's ancient music. Mrs. Blackwood came seeking flour for her famous seed cake, but Eleanor observed how her usual hurried efficiency slowed in the meal's atmosphere, how she lingered to exchange gentle gossip that seemed to serve as much spiritual as social function. Each interaction took on deeper meaning when viewed through the journal's lens. The mill revealed itself not merely as a place of commercial transaction, but as a kind of village heart, pumping life and connection through the community's veins. People came here not just for practical needs, but for something more essential, a renewal of their connection to the rhythms that sustained both body and soul. As the afternoon shadows began to lengthen, Eleanor and Thomas settled into the mill's most comfortable corner, surrounded by sacks of grain that served as excellent backrests to explore the journal's later sections. Here they found entries that dealt with the mill's role during times of crisis and celebration, its function as a gathering place during village emergencies, and its evolution through the changing decades. One particularly moving section described the mill during the influenza pandemic of 1918, when the millkeeper of that era had transformed the building into an impromptu medical station. The wheel continued turning throughout those dark weeks, the entry recorded, its steady rhythm providing a counterpoint to the village's grief. People found comfort in its constancy, in the knowledge that some things endure even when death walks among us like an unwelcome guest. Another entry from the same period noted, I have observed that the mill's influence extends beyond the living to encompass those who have departed. Families come here to remember their lost ones, finding in the wheel's eternal rotation a symbol of continuity that transcends individual mortality. The mill becomes a bridge between worlds, its ancient stones holding space for both memory and hope. Thomas and Eleanor spent the remainder of the afternoon absorbed in the journal's revelations, each page offering new insights into the village's hidden depths. They discovered records of secret romances that had bloomed in the mill's shadows, of children who had learned life's important lessons while watching the wheel turn, of elders who had chosen the mill as the place to share their final wisdom with younger generations. As Reen approached and the mill's workday drew to a close, Eleanor and Thomas found themselves facing a decision. The journal's final entries, written in a hand they now recognised as belonging to the millkeeper who'd preceded Thomas's father, contained explicit instructions for the journal's care and continuation. "This sacred record must be protected and preserved," the entry stated, "but it must also continue to grow. Each keeper of the mill, each guardian of these secrets, must add their own observations to this continuing conversation. The journal lives only through the contributions of those who understand its significance. It must be both treasure and trust, both archive and active participant in the village's ongoing story." The instructions were clear. Eleanor and Thomas were to become the journal's new custodians, adding their own observations while protecting the wisdom accumulated by previous generations. They were to hide it again when their time as guardians ended, ensuring it would be discovered by future villagers who possessed the sensitivity to recognise its importance. As the mill wheel's sound shifted subtly with the changing light, as shadows lengthened across the stone floor, and the first evening mist began to gather along the stream, Eleanor and Thomas made their silent pact. They would honour the trust that had been placed in them, becoming active participants in the village's secret history, while protecting its mysteries for generations yet to come. The journal had revealed Lower Slaughter's true nature, not simply as a preserved example of rural England, but as a living meditation on the relationship between time and place, between individual lives and enduring communities. The mill wheel's rotation had become a metaphor for the larger cycles that governed human existence. Its steady rhythm, a reminder that some truths transcend the temporary concerns that so often dominate daily life. As Eleanor carefully closed the journal, and Thomas prepared to return it to its hiding place beneath the mill wheel's foundation, both of them understood that their lives had been quietly transformed by their discovery. They had become part of something larger than themselves, inheritors of a tradition that honoured the profound wisdom hidden within ordinary moments. The evening mist began to gather more thickly along the river eye, and the mill wheel's sound grew softer as the water level dropped with the day's end. But within the mill's ancient walls, two souls had discovered that the most important stories are indeed often the quietest ones, and that the deepest truths are frequently hidden in the most familiar places. Over the following weeks, Eleanor and Thomas fell naturally into their new roles as the journal's guardians. Eleanor would arrive at the mill each morning after a constitutional walk, and together they would explore different sections of the remarkable document, each reading revealing new layers of meaning and connection. They discovered that the journal contained not just observations but practical wisdom accumulated across generations. There were detailed notes about reading weather patterns through the mill wheel's behaviour, about understanding seasonal changes through subtle shifts in grain quality, about recognising the signs that indicated when villagers needed extra attention or support. One section, written by a mill keeper during the 1890s, contained what amounted to a complete guide to village psychology. Mrs. Henderson's rose garden reflects her emotional state with remarkable precision. When the roses are neglected, her spirits need tending. When they bloom with unusual abundance, she has news to share. The mill keeper must learn to read such signs, for we are often the first to notice when our neighbours require care or celebration. Eleanor, with her librarian's instincts for organising information, began creating a mental catalogue of the journal's contents. She identified recurring themes about the relationship between landscape and character, about the ways seasonal changes influenced village dynamics, about the subtle but profound impact of the mill's presence on community life. Thomas, meanwhile, found that his daily work at the mill took on new dimensions as he began consciously observing and recording the patterns the journal had revealed. He noticed how certain types of weather brought specific visitors to the mill, how the wheel's sound changed subtly in response to atmospheric pressure, how the quality of light filtering through the mill's windows seemed to influence the conversations that took place there. Their morning sessions with the journal became a ritual that shaped both of their days. They would meet as the mist was lifting, share tea from Thomas's battered thermos, and explore whatever section of the journal seemed most relevant to the season, the weather, or the village's current rhythms. One particularly illuminating morning, they discovered a series of entries dealing with what the writers called mill time, the different temporal rhythm that seemed to govern life within the mill's influence. Clock time and mill time operate according to different mathematics, one entry explained. Clock time divides existence into uniform segments, measuring duration without regard for meaning. Mill time expands and contracts according to significance, allowing profound moments to unfold at their natural pace, while hurrying past periods of lesser importance. This concept helped explain why conversations at the mill seemed to develop their own organic pacing, why visitors often lost track of time while sitting beside the wheel, why important realizations occurred more frequently here than in other settings. The mill existed in a temporal eddy that encouraged reflection and discouraged haste. Eleanor began incorporating these insights into her daily observations of village life. She noticed how people's walking pace changed as they approached the mill, how their voices softened and their gestures became more deliberate. She observed that children playing near the mill stream developed more elaborate games, taking time to create complex narratives and detailed rules that their peers in other parts of the village rarely bothered with. Thomas, meanwhile, discovered that his interactions with farmers and villagers had deepened since he began consciously applying the journal's wisdom. He learned to recognize when someone needed to talk about more than grain prices, when a technical question about milling was actually a request for broader advice about life's challenges. The journal had transformed their understanding of their roles within the village ecosystem. They were not merely miller and retired librarian, but active participants in a tradition of guardianship that extended far beyond their specific responsibilities. As autumn deepened and the mist grew thicker along the river eye, Eleanor and Thomas began to understand why the journal had revealed itself to them at this particular moment in their lives. The world beyond Lower Slaughter was growing increasingly complicated, with rumours of political tensions and economic uncertainties filtering into even this protected valley. The journal's wisdom offered an alternative perspective, a reminder that human communities had always faced challenges, and that survival often depended on maintaining connection to deeper rhythms and enduring values. One evening, as they prepared to return the journal to its hiding place after a particularly rich day of discoveries, Eleanor made an observation that would guide their future relationship with the mysterious document. "I think," she said thoughtfully, "that the journal chooses what to reveal and when to reveal it. We're not just readers, but partners in an ongoing conversation with the accumulated wisdom of this place." Thomas nodded, understanding intuitively what she meant. The journal seemed to respond to their needs and questions, offering relevant insights precisely when they were most needed. It was less a static archive than a living document that continued to grow and evolve through their engagement with it. They decided to begin adding their own observations to the journal, carefully recording insights that seemed significant enough to preserve for future generations. Eleanor's contributions focused on the subtle ways village social dynamics reflected larger patterns of human community, while Thomas documented the practical wisdom he was developing about reading environmental signs and understanding the mill's mysterious influence on local life. Their first joint entry, written in Eleanor's careful script but incorporating both of their voices, established the tone for their future contributions. "We have been chosen as guardians of this remarkable record not because we possess special wisdom, but because we have learned to listen to the deeper conversations that shape village life. The mill wheel turns as it has always turned, but each revolution teaches new lessons to those who pay attention. We commit ourselves to preserving these insights while remaining open to the ongoing revelations that emerge from patient observation of the sacred ordinary." As winter approached and the mill wheel turned more slowly through water, thickened with fallen leaves and early frost, Eleanor and Thomas settled into their expanded roles as custodians of Lower Slaughter's secret history. They understood that they had become part of something larger than themselves, inheritors and contributors to a tradition that honoured the profound wisdom hidden within the seemingly simple rhythms of rural life. The journal had revealed that Lower Slaughter was not merely a picturesque village, but a living example of how human communities could maintain connection to deeper truths while adapting to changing circumstances. The mill wheel's eternal rotation had become a symbol of continuity that transcended individual lives, a reminder that some things endure precisely because they serve purposes that go beyond immediate practical needs. Through the dark months of winter, when the mill wheel sometimes froze into temporary stillness, and the village lanes lay buried under snow that muffled all sound, except the wind's whispered conversations with bare branches, Eleanor and Thomas continued their exploration of the journal's mysteries. They discovered sections they had never seen before, entries that seemed to appear only during specific seasons or weather conditions. One such entry, which Eleanor found during a particularly heavy snowfall in January, dealt with the mill's behaviour during extreme weather conditions. When snow silences the wheel and ice stills the stream, the mill enters a different mode of being. Its influence continues, but through stillness rather than motion. The village gathers its energy during these quiet times, preparing for the renewed activity that will come with spring's return. Even in apparent dormancy, the mill continues to serve, teaching patience and demonstrating that rest is as essential as labour in the great cycles that govern all life. These winter entries revealed new dimensions of the mill's significance. Rather than being simply a site of continuous activity, it functioned as a kind of village heartbeat, accelerating and slowing in response to seasonal needs, maintaining the community's vital rhythms through all the variations of weather and time. Thomas found that his winter maintenance routines took on new meaning when viewed through the journal's lens. His careful inspection of the wheel's bearings, his assessment of ice damage and preparation for spring's renewed flow became acts of stewardship that connected him directly to generations of previous mill keepers who had performed these same rituals of care and preparation. Eleanor, meanwhile, discovered that her winter reading habits had changed since finding the journal. She found herself drawn to books about the history of rural communities, about the relationship between landscape and culture, about the ways traditional knowledge gets preserved and transmitted across generations. The journal had awakened her interest in forms of wisdom that existed outside formal academic channels. As spring approached and the first tentative signs of warming began to appear, longer days, softer light, the sound of water beginning to move more freely beneath thinning ice, Eleanor and Thomas prepared for what they had come to think of as the journal's annual awakening. Previous entries had suggested that spring brought new revelations, that the mill's renewed activity somehow activated dormant sections of the mysterious document. Their expectation proved correct. On the first morning when the mill wheel resumed its full rotation, after winter's partial hibernation, they opened the journal to find new passages that seemed to have appeared overnight. These entries dealt with renewal and beginning, with the ways communities regenerate themselves through contact with enduring rhythms and persistent wisdom. Spring arrives at the mill not as a single event, but as a gradual awakening, one new passage observed. The wheel turns more freely each day, the water sings with greater clarity each morning, the village emerges from winter's introspection, ready to engage once again with the larger world. But spring's lessons go deeper than mere seasonal change. They remind us that renewal is always possible, that communities like individuals can emerge from dark periods refreshed and ready for new growth. Eleanor and Thomas spent the spring months documenting their own observations about the village's annual renewal, adding their voices to the continuing conversation that the journal facilitated between past and future. They recorded the ways different villages responded to spring's arrival, the subtle changes in social dynamics as people emerged from winter's isolation, the renewed energy that seemed to flow through all aspects of community life. Their contributions to the journal became more confident and detailed as they grew into their roles as its custodians. They developed a sense of which observations were significant enough to preserve, which insights might prove valuable to future generations of village guardians. By summer's arrival, Eleanor and Thomas had established their own rhythm of engagement with the journal and with each other. Their morning sessions had become one of the most valued parts of both their days, a time of discovery and reflection, that enriched their understanding not just of village life, but of the larger patterns that govern human community. The journal had revealed Lower Slaughter as a place where deeper truths about sustainable living, authentic community, and the relationship between individual fulfillment and collective well-being had been preserved and practiced across generations. The mill wheel's rotation had become a metaphor for the cycles of giving and receiving, work and rest, individual expression, and communal harmony that characterize healthy human settlements. As they prepared to face another winter as the journal's guardians, Eleanor and Thomas understood that they had been entrusted with more than historical curiosities or quaint local traditions. They had become keepers of practical wisdom about how human communities could maintain their essential character while adapting to changing circumstances, how individuals could find meaningful roles within larger social organisms, how the sacred and ordinary could be recognized as different aspects of the same fundamental reality. The mill wheel continued its ancient rotation, marking time not in minutes or hours, but in the deeper rhythms that govern all life. Its steady sound had become the soundtrack to Eleanor and Thomas's exploration of the village's secret wisdom, a constant reminder that some truths are too important to be spoken aloud, but too valuable to be forgotten. As autumn returned and the mists once again began to gather along the river eye, Eleanor and Thomas prepared to add their final entries to the journal before returning it to its hiding place for future generations to discover. They had learned that their role as its custodians was temporary, that the journal's true purpose lay not in permanent possession, but in circulation among those who could appreciate and contribute to its accumulated wisdom. Their final joint entry reflected the transformative nature of their year-long engagement with the village's secret history. We have discovered that the most profound truths often hide in the most familiar places, that wisdom accumulates not through dramatic revelation, but through patient attention to the sacred ordinary. The mill wheel has taught us that continuity and change are not opposites, but partners in the dance of meaningful existence. We return this journal to its resting place with gratitude for the privilege of adding our voices to its continuing conversation, trusting that it will find its way to the next souls who need to discover the deeper rhythms that sustain authentic community. The morning they chose to return the journal dawned with the kind of perfect October clarity that makes the Cotswold seem like a landscape painted by angels who had learned their craft from studying autumn itself. The mist lay thick along the stream, but above it the air was crystalline, each leaf on the ancient oaks outlined with diamond precision against a sky the colour of forget-me-nots. Eleanor arrived at the mill carrying a thermos of tea and a small bouquet of the last roses from her garden, flowers she intended to leave beside the journal's hiding place as a gesture of gratitude and blessing. Thomas was already at work, but his movements had the ceremonial quality of someone performing a ritual rather than routine maintenance. Together they made their way to the spot beneath the mill wheel's foundation, where the journal had waited through decades of concealment. As Thomas carefully replaced the loose stone that had hidden the leather-bound treasure, both of them felt the peculiar sensation of completing a circle, of fulfilling a trust that connected them to all the previous guardians who had participated in this tradition of preservation and renewal. The mill wheel turned with its usual patient rhythm, but on this morning its sound seemed to carry additional harmonics, as if it were acknowledging the completion of another cycle in its ancient role as keeper of village secrets. The water moved over the stones with liquid music that spoke of continuity and change, of the endless conversation between human community and natural rhythm that the journal had documented in such loving detail. As they stood beside the wheel, listening to its eternal song and watching the last of the morning mist dissipate into golden air, Eleanor and Thomas understood that their relationship with the journal was not ending but evolving. They would continue to be its guardians even after returning it to concealment, carrying its wisdom forward through their daily interactions with village life, their ongoing observations of the patterns that connect individual moments to larger meanings. The journal had taught them that Lower Slaughter was not preserved in aspic like some museum exhibit, but remained vibrantly alive precisely because it maintained connection to the deeper rhythms that sustain authentic human community. The mill wheel's rotation was not mere mechanical motion, but a kind of prayer wheel, its every revolution sending out vibrations of peace and continuity that influenced all who came within its range. In the days that followed the journal's return to hiding, he could tell you which field each sack had come from, what the weather had been like during harvest, and how the grain would behave in the stones. This knowledge wasn't learned from books, but absorbed through years of patient attention, like the way the mill walls had absorbed the scent of grain and the sound of turning wheels. On this particular morning in late September, when autumn mist clung to the valley like a soft grey shawl, Thomas discovered something unusual tucked beneath a loose stone near the wheel's foundation. It was a small leather journal, aged to the colour of old tea and worn soft by countless hands. The cover bore no title, only the faint impression of what might once have been initials, now too faded to read with certainty. The journal had clearly been hidden with intention, wedged into a space that seemed designed for concealment. Someone had taken great care to ensure it would be protected from moisture while remaining accessible to those who knew where to look. Thomas turned it over in his flour-dusted hands, feeling the weight of secrets within its pages. The leather was surprisingly supple despite its obvious age, suggesting it had been well cared for during its hidden years. As Thomas examined his discovery, the morning mist began its slow retreat from the village lanes, revealing the familiar sight of smoke rising from cottage chimneys like prayer ribbons in the still air. The sound of the mill wheel provided a gentle percussion to the village's awakening symphony. The soft splash of water over stones, the distant bleating of sheep on the hills, the creak of garden gates opening to admit the new day. It was then that Eleanor Pemberton appeared at the mill's doorway, her silhouette framed by the golden light filtering through the mist. Eleanor had been the village librarian for 37 years before retiring the previous spring, and her departure from that position had been mourned by every resident who had ever sought her gentle guidance through the maze of books, local history, and quiet wisdom she had tended with such devotion. In retirement, Eleanor had not retreated from village life, but had instead become its unofficial chronicler, walking the lanes each morning with the patient attention of someone gathering stories like wildflowers. She possessed the librarian's instinct for recognizing the significance of seemingly ordinary objects, and as her eyes fell upon the journal in Thomas's hands, her expression shifted from mild curiosity to focused interest. "Thomas," she said, her voice carrying the soft authority of someone accustomed to being listened to, "that looks remarkably like something that's been waiting a very long time to be found." Eleanor was a woman who had grown gracefully into her 7th decade, her silver hair pinned back with the same ivory comb she had worn for 40 years, her eyes bright with the particular intelligence that comes from spending a lifetime surrounded by books and the people who love them. She wore a woolen cardigan the colour of lavender, its pockets bulging with the miscellaneous items she collected during her morning walks. Interesting stones, fallen leaves, snippets of conversation that might prove useful later. She had the librarian's gift for asking exactly the right question at exactly the right moment, and as she stepped into the mill's cool interior, the morning light caught the dust motes dancing in the air around her like tiny spirits celebrating her arrival. The mill wheel's gentle rhythm seemed to welcome her presence, its whispered conversation with the stream taking on a slightly different cadence, as if it too recognised that something significant was about to unfold. Thomas held out the journal, and as Eleanor took it in her hands, both of them felt the peculiar sensation of touching something that had been patiently waiting for this exact moment. The leather seemed to warm under her touch, and the pages, when she gently opened the cover, released the faint scent of lavender and old ink mixed with something else, perhaps the ghost of the mist that had protected it through its years of hiding. The first page bore an inscription in faded brown ink, written in the careful copper plate hand that had been taught in village schools decades ago. For those who understand that the most important stories are often the quietest ones, may this journal find its way to hands that will treasure what it holds. Eleanor and Thomas exchanged a glance that spoke volumes without requiring words. In the gentle light filtering through the mill's small windows surrounded by the patient sounds of water and stone, they both understood that they had been chosen as the guardians of whatever secrets the journal contained. The morning mist continued its retreat from the village, but within the mill's ancient walls, a different kind of mystery was just beginning to reveal itself. Eleanor and Thomas discovered that their morning meetings continued, even without the mysterious document to guide their conversations. They had internalized its wisdom, absorbed its perspective, learned to see village life through the lens of accumulated understanding that centuries of careful observers had developed. Their conversations now ranged over topics that the journal had illuminated: the relationship between individual fulfillment and community well-being, the ways traditional knowledge adapts to changing circumstances, the subtle indicators that reveal when communities are thriving versus merely surviving. They had become living repositories of the wisdom the journal contained, active participants in the tradition it represented. Eleanor found that her morning walks through the village lanes had taken on new dimensions of meaning and purpose. She moved through Lower Slaughter's ancient streets like a gentle anthropologist, observing the subtle signs that indicated the community's emotional and spiritual health. Her conversations with neighbours became opportunities to apply the insights she'd gained from the journal, to offer the kind of quiet support and understanding that helps communities maintain their essential character through all the changes that time inevitably brings. Thomas discovered that his work at the mill had evolved into something approaching sacred duty. He understood now that his role extended far beyond the mechanical processing of grain to encompass a kind of stewardship that honoured both the practical and spiritual functions of his ancient workplace. Every adjustment to the mill wheel's alignment, every conversation with farmers bringing grain for processing, every moment of patient listening to the water's endless song became an act of devotion to the larger purposes that the mill served. The wheel turned through autumn and into winter, marking the seasons not just through changes in water flow and atmospheric conditions, but through the subtle shifts in village rhythm that Eleanor and Thomas had learned to recognise and appreciate. They watched neighbours prepare for winter with the kind of unhurried thoroughness that comes from understanding that hasty preparation often leads to inadequate results, that some tasks require patience and attention to detail that cannot be rushed without compromising their effectiveness. As winter settled over Lower Slaughter, blanketing the village lanes with snow that muffled all sound except the wind's conversations with bare branches and the mill wheel's gentle persistence beneath its coating of ice, Eleanor and Thomas continued their morning meetings, their daily exploration of the wisdom they had absorbed from their year as the journal's custodians. They talked about the patterns they had observed, the connections they had discovered between individual behaviour and community well-being, the ways seasonal changes influenced not just practical activities but emotional and spiritual rhythms as well. Their conversations had become a kind of oral tradition, a way of preserving and developing the insights they had gained while preparing to pass them on to whatever future guardians might emerge from the village's ongoing life. Spring's arrival brought renewed activity to the mill and fresh energy to their ongoing exploration of village dynamics. They watched the community emerge from winter's introspection with the kind of gradual awakening that the journal had taught them to recognise as characteristic of healthy social organisms. People ventured out of their cottages with the tentative joy of hibernating creatures sensing that the time for dormancy had passed, ready to engage once again with the larger world beyond their individual concerns. Eleanor and Thomas documented these seasonal transitions in their own memories and conversations, maintaining the tradition of careful observation that the journal had exemplified. They had become links in a chain of understanding that stretched back through generations and forward into an uncertain but hopeful future. As another autumn approached, bringing with it the anniversary of their discovery of the journal, Eleanor and Thomas found themselves wondering who would be chosen as the next guardians of the village's secret wisdom. They had learned to trust the mysterious processes that governed such selections, understanding that the journal would reveal itself when the time was right, and the proper recipients were ready to receive its accumulated treasures. The mill wheel continued its ancient rotation, grinding grain and time with equal patience, its steady rhythm marking the passage of days and seasons, while maintaining connection to deeper cycles that transcend individual human lifespans. Its sound had become the soundtrack to Eleanor and Thomas's ongoing exploration of what it means to live in authentic community, to find meaningful purpose within larger social organisms, to maintain hope and purpose in a world that often seems to prioritize speed over significance, quantity over quality, novelty over wisdom. They understood now that Lower Slaughter's preservation was not accidental, but the result of generations of conscious choices, of decisions to prioritize community well-being over individual advancement, to value continuity alongside adaptation, to maintain connection to natural rhythms while engaging productively with changing circumstances. The village represented a living example of sustainable human settlement, a demonstration that communities could thrive without abandoning the essential values that give life meaning and purpose. As the mists gathered once again along the river eye and the mill wheel turned through water that carried the first fallen leaves of another autumn, Eleanor and Thomas continued their roles as informal guardians of village wisdom, their morning conversations serving as a kind of ongoing seminar in the art of authentic community living. They had learned that the most important wisdom often comes not through dramatic revelation, but through patient attention to the seemingly ordinary details of daily life. The mill wheel's rotation had taught them that profound truths are embedded in repetitive actions, that the sacred often manifests through the mundane, that meaning emerges from the accumulation of small gestures and quiet observations, rather than grand statements or spectacular achievements. The journal had revealed Lower Slaughter as more than a picturesque village preserved for tourists to admire, but as a living laboratory where essential human values had been tested, refined, and transmitted across generations. The mill wheel served as both practical machinery and spiritual metaphor, its endless rotation symbolizing the cycles of giving and receiving, work and rest, individual expression and communal harmony that characterize healthy human settlements. Eleanor and Thomas had become part of this tradition, their lives enriched by their participation in something larger than themselves, their daily routines transformed by their understanding of the deeper purposes they served. They had discovered that meaning and purpose are not abstract concepts, but practical realities that emerge from authentic engagement with community life, from conscious participation in the traditions and relationships that sustain human flourishing across generations. As another winter approached and the mill wheel began its seasonal slowing, Eleanor and Thomas prepared to face the months of contemplation and preparation that would ready them for whatever new revelations the spring might bring. They had learned to trust the rhythms that governed village life, to find peace in the knowledge that some processes cannot be hurried, that the most valuable insights often emerge during periods of apparent dormancy and rest. The mill continued to serve its ancient functions, grinding grain and time with equal patience, its presence a constant reminder that some things endure precisely because they serve purposes that transcend temporary concerns and changing circumstances. Its wheel turned through all seasons and weather, marking the passage of human generations while maintaining connection to the eternal rhythms that govern all life. In the gentle sound of water moving over ancient stones, in the patient rhythm of the wheel's rotation, in the subtle harmonics that emerged from the interaction of human intention and natural force, Eleanor and Thomas found a kind of peace that transcended understanding. They had discovered that the deepest truths are often too simple to be complicated, too obvious to be noticed, too important to be spoken aloud, but too precious to be forgotten. As the last light of their year as the journal's active custodians faded into the gentle darkness of another Cotswold evening, Eleanor and Thomas understood that they had been privileged to participate in something sacred, the ongoing conversation between past and future that sustains authentic human community across all the changes that time inevitably brings. The mill wheel turned on through the gathering darkness, its sound a gentle benediction on the day's end, a promise that some things endure, that wisdom accumulates, that the conversation between human aspiration and natural rhythm continues through all seasons and circumstances, creating the conditions within which meaningful life becomes possible for those who learn to listen to its ancient song. And in Lower Slaughter, where time moves like honey through stone and the mist gathers along ancient lanes, like the breath of centuries dreaming, the wheel turns still, patient and eternal, grinding grain and time and wisdom into the flour that nourishes both body and soul, keeping faith with the rhythm that connects all things in the endless dance of existence that began before human memory and will continue long after individual stories have merged into the larger song that encompasses all partial melodies, all temporary themes, all passing variations on the eternal theme of life finding its way toward light. 3 years had passed since Eleanor and Thomas had returned the journal to its resting place beneath the mill wheel's foundation, 3 years during which their understanding of its wisdom had deepened like wine aging in ancient cellars. The village had continued its gentle rhythm through seasons of plenty and seasons of challenge, through celebrations and sorrows, through the countless small dramas that comprise the ongoing story of any community that has learned to balance individual dreams with collective well-being. During these years, Eleanor and Thomas had watched their roles within the village evolve in ways that reflected their deepened understanding of the interconnections that bind communities together. Eleanor had established what she called the listening post, informal morning sessions at her cottage where villagers could share concerns, seek advice, or simply enjoy the kind of unhurried conversation that had become increasingly rare in the wider world beyond Lower Slaughter's protective embrace. These sessions operated according to the principles Eleanor had absorbed from the journal, emphasizing patience over urgency, understanding over judgment, connection over mere information exchange. She served tea in mismatched cups that had belonged to her grandmother, created an atmosphere where people felt safe to reveal their deeper concerns rather than merely discussing surface pleasantries. Thomas, meanwhile, had expanded his role at the mill to include what previous generations might have called pastoral care. Farmers and villagers increasingly sought him out not just for grain processing, but for the kind of steady wisdom that seemed to emerge naturally from his daily communion with the mill wheel's patient rhythm. He had developed an intuitive understanding of when someone needed practical advice, and when they simply required the healing presence of shared silence beside moving water. The mill itself had become even more central to village life during these years, its influence extending in ways that might have seemed mystical to outsider observers but felt entirely natural to those who lived within its sphere of gentle authority. The wheel's rotation had synchronized with village rhythms to such a degree that major community decisions were often made beside the water. Important conversations naturally migrated to the mill's peaceful interior, and moments of crisis found their resolution in the healing atmosphere that surrounded the ancient machinery. One morning in late spring, as Eleanor made her customary walk through the village lanes, she noticed a young woman sitting on the stone bridge that arched over the river eye just downstream from the mill. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, dressed in the practical clothing of someone accustomed to outdoor work, but her posture suggested the kind of weariness that comes from carrying burdens too heavy for one person to manage alone. Eleanor approached with the gentle curiosity that the journal had taught her to cultivate, understanding that strangers often arrived in Lower Slaughter at moments when they most needed the kind of healing that the village specialized in providing. The woman looked up as Eleanor drew near, her eyes holding the particular combination of hope and skepticism that characterizes people who have been disappointed too often but haven't yet abandoned the possibility of finding what they seek. "Good morning," Eleanor said, settling onto the bridge's stone parapet with the careful grace of someone whose years had taught her the value of moving deliberately. "I don't believe we've met. I'm Eleanor Pemberton." The young woman managed a tired smile. "Sarah Whitman. I've just arrived from London. I'm not entirely sure why I'm here, to be honest. I was driving through the Cotswolds trying to clear my head, and something about this village made me stop. Sounds foolish, but I felt drawn here, as if the place itself were calling to me." Eleanor nodded with the understanding of someone who had witnessed similar arrivals many times over the years. The village had a way of attracting people who needed its particular form of healing, drawing them like a gentle magnet that operated on frequencies deeper than conscious awareness. She had learned not to question this phenomenon, but simply to trust that Lower Slaughter's influence extended far beyond its geographical boundaries. "Not foolish at all," Eleanor replied. "This village has a way of appearing in people's paths precisely when they need to find it. Would you like to tell me what brought you to be driving through the countryside in search of clarity?" Sarah's story unfolded gradually, emerging in the halting way that significant truths often do when shared with sympathetic strangers. She had been a successful architect in London, specialising in the restoration of historic buildings, but her career had recently collapsed following a series of professional and personal disasters that had left her questioning everything she thought she knew about her purpose and direction in life. The final blow had come when a major restoration project she had spent years developing was cancelled due to budget cuts, leaving her not only unemployed but deeply disillusioned with a profession that seemed to value profit over preservation, speed over craftsmanship, novelty over the kind of patient understanding that historic buildings required. "I became an architect because I believed in the importance of preserving beautiful things," Sarah explained, her voice carrying the particular sadness of someone whose idealism has been repeatedly bruised by practical realities. "I wanted to help old buildings continue to serve new generations, to find ways of honouring the past while meeting present needs. But somewhere along the way, the work became more about meeting deadlines and staying within budgets than about understanding what makes spaces truly livable." Eleanor listened with the quality of attention that the journal had taught her to cultivate, hearing not just the surface content of Sarah's words, but the deeper currents of loss and longing that flowed beneath them. She recognised in this young woman's story echoes of the same struggles that had brought countless visitors to Lower Slaughter over the years, the collision between authentic purpose and commercial pressure, between individual vision and institutional demands, between the call of meaningful work and the requirements of mere survival. As Sarah continued sharing her story, the morning mist began to lift from the river, revealing the mill wheel in all its ancient dignity. The sight seemed to capture Sarah's attention completely, her narrative trailing off as she watched the wheel's steady rotation with the kind of focused fascination that suggested she was seeing something more than mere machinery. "That wheel," she said softly. "It's been turning like that for how long?" "Over 3 centuries, Eleanor replied. "The mill has been the heart of this village since before anyone alive can remember. It's seen generations come and go, weathered wars and plagues and all manner of changes, yet it continues to serve its essential purpose with the same patient dedication." Sarah studied the wheel's movement with the trained eye of someone accustomed to analysing structural systems, but Eleanor could see that her interest went beyond professional curiosity. She was responding to something deeper, the wheel's demonstration of how human intentions and natural forces could work in harmony over extended periods, creating systems that served multiple generations without depleting the resources that sustained them. "I've spent years trying to convince clients that buildings should be designed to last for centuries, not decades," Sarah mused. "But it's considered old-fashioned thinking in contemporary practice. Everything has to be quick, cheap, replaceable. The idea of creating something that might still be serving people 300 years from now is seen as romantic no-sense." Eleanor smiled, recognising in Sarah's frustration the same longings that had drawn the journal's previous guardians to their roles as protectors of enduring wisdom. She sensed that this young woman's arrival was not coincidental, that the village's mysterious processes of selection might be preparing to choose new custodians for its accumulated treasures. "Come," Eleanor said, rising from the bridge with gentle decisiveness. "Let me introduce you to Thomas Hartwell. He's the mill keeper, and I think you might find his perspective on the relationship between old systems and contemporary needs quite illuminating." As they walked toward the mill, Eleanor found herself remembering the morning 3 years earlier when she had first encountered Thomas examining the mysterious journal. The parallels were striking. Another moment when the village's hidden wisdom was preparing to reveal itself to someone who possessed the sensitivity to appreciate its significance. Thomas was at work adjusting the millstones when they arrived, his movements demonstrating the kind of practiced precision that comes from years of intimate familiarity with complex machinery. He looked up as Eleanor and Sarah entered, and Eleanor noticed the immediate recognition that passed between the miller and the young architect, the professional respect of one craftsperson acknowledging another. "Thomas," Eleanor said, "I'd like you to meet Sarah Whitman. She's an architect from London who specialises in historic restoration, and she's been admiring our mill wheel's demonstration of engineering longevity." Thomas wiped his flour-dusted hands on his apron and extended one to Sarah with the grave courtesy that characterised his interactions with all visitors to the mill. "Welcome to Lower Slaughter," he said. Eleanor mentioned restoration work. "That must be fascinating. What draws you to old buildings?" Sarah's response revealed the passion that still burned beneath her professional disappointments. She spoke eloquently about the satisfaction of understanding how previous generations had solved structural problems, about the pleasure of discovering ingenious solutions hidden within seemingly simple constructions, about the profound responsibility of ensuring that beautiful old buildings could continue serving future generations. As she talked, Thomas listened with the quality of attention that had made him such an effective guardian of the journal's wisdom. He asked thoughtful questions about specific restoration challenges, shared observations about the mill's own maintenance requirements, and gradually drew Sarah into a technical discussion that revealed the depth of her knowledge and the authenticity of her commitment to her craft. Eleanor watched this conversation unfold with growing certainty that she was witnessing another of the village's mysterious selections. Sarah possessed exactly the combination of technical expertise, spiritual sensitivity, and genuine commitment to preservation that characterized the journal's ideal guardians. Her professional disappointments had prepared her to appreciate alternative approaches to meaningful work, and her genuine reverence for historic craftsmanship suggested she would understand the journal's deeper significance. As the morning progressed and the mill received its usual succession of farmers bringing grain for processing, Sarah observed the interactions with a keen eye of someone trained to analyze how spaces influence human behavior. She noticed how conversations at the mill took on a different quality than those conducted elsewhere, how the wheel's steady rhythms seemed to encourage reflection and discourage haste, how even routine business transactions were conducted with the kind of attention to relationship that had become rare in contemporary commercial culture. "There's something remarkable about this place," she told Eleanor during a quiet moment while Thomas was helping a farmer load processed grain. "The mill isn't just functional, it's actively healing. People come here stressed and leave calmer. They arrive focused on immediate problems and depart with broader perspectives. I've studied the psychological effects of architectural environments for years, but I've never encountered a space that influences human behaviour so profoundly while appearing so simple." Eleanor and Thomas exchanged a meaningful glance, both recognising that Sarah had identified the mill's essential mystery without any prompting from them. Her architect's training had given her the vocabulary to articulate insights that most visitors felt but couldn't express, while her recent personal struggles had prepared her to appreciate the healing properties that the mill provided. As afternoon approached and the mill's workday began to wind down, Eleanor made a decision that felt both inevitable and somehow long-planned. "Sarah," she said, "would you be interested in seeing something that very few people know about? Something that might help explain why this mill has such a profound effect on the people who encounter it?" Sarah's response was immediate and enthusiastic, her professional curiosity clearly aroused by the suggestion that the mill held secrets beyond its obvious functions. Eleanor and Thomas led her to the wheel's foundation, to the precise spot where the journal had been hidden and discovered and hidden again. "What you're about to see," Thomas said carefully, "has been protected by generations of village guardians. It's not something we share lightly, but Eleanor and I have both sensed that you might be someone who could understand its significance." With ceremonial deliberation, Thomas removed the loose stone and withdrew the leather journal from its place of concealment. Sarah's eyes widened as she saw the ancient volume, her architect's instincts immediately recognizing the craftsmanship of its binding and the obvious age of its materials. "This journal," Eleanor explained, "contains the accumulated wisdom of everyone who has served as guardian of this mill over the past century and a half. It's not just a historical record, but a living document that continues to grow through the contributions of those who understand its purpose." As Sarah carefully opened the journal and began reading its first entries, Eleanor and Thomas watched her face transform with wonder and recognition. She was encountering ideas and observations that resonated deeply with her own professional insights and personal longings, discovering a tradition of careful observation and thoughtful stewardship that offered an alternative to the commercial pressures that had driven her from London. The afternoon sunlight slanted through the mill's windows as Sarah absorbed page after page of accumulated wisdom, her reading occasionally interrupted by exclamations of delight or murmurs of recognition. She was discovering that the journal contained not just historical curiosities, but practical guidance for anyone seeking to understand how human communities could maintain their essential character while adapting to changing circumstances. "This is extraordinary," she said finally, looking up from the journal with eyes bright with excitement. "These writers have documented principles of sustainable design that architecture schools barely recognise exist. They've developed insights about the relationship between built environments and community well-being that could revolutionise contemporary practice." Eleanor smiled at Sarah's enthusiasm while noting how naturally the young woman had identified the journal's relevance to her own field of expertise. This was another sign that the village's selection process was working with its usual mysterious accuracy, choosing guardians whose backgrounds prepared them to both appreciate and contribute to the accumulated wisdom. As evening approached and the mill wheel's sound shifted subtly with the changing light, Eleanor and Thomas began sharing their own story of discovering and protecting the journal. They described the ways their engagement with its wisdom had transformed their understanding of their roles within the village, how they had learned to see their daily routines as part of a large tradition of service and stewardship. Sarah listened with the intense concentration of someone encountering ideas that could reshape her understanding of her own purpose and direction. The journal's approach to preservation, honouring the past while serving present needs, maintaining essential functions while adapting to changing circumstances, offered exactly the kind of model she'd been seeking for her own work. "I came here feeling completely lost," she admitted as the first evening mist began to gather along the stream. "My career seemed to be over, my faith in my profession was shattered, and I couldn't see any way to continue doing the work I loved without compromising everything I believed in. But this journal suggests there might be another way, an approach to preservation that doesn't require choosing between idealism and practicality." Eleanor and Thomas recognised in Sarah's words the same revelation they had experienced during their own initial encounter with the journal. She was discovering that the wisdom contained within its pages offered not just historical insight but practical guidance for anyone struggling to maintain authentic purpose in a world that often seemed to prioritise efficiency over meaning. As darkness settled over the village and the mill wheel's sound grew softer in the still air, the three of them made their way back to Eleanor's cottage for dinner and continued conversation. The evening meal became an extended seminar in village wisdom, with Eleanor and Thomas sharing stories and insights that helped Sarah understand how the journal's principles could be applied to contemporary challenges. Sarah proved to be an eager and perceptive student, asking thoughtful questions that revealed her genuine commitment to understanding not just the journal's historical significance, but its practical applications. She was particularly interested in the ways traditional building techniques could be adapted to meet modern requirements without sacrificing their essential character. "What I find most exciting," she said over Eleanor's homemade soup, "is that the journal documents successful examples of sustainable design that predate contemporary environmental consciousness by decades. These writers understood intuitively that buildings and communities needed to work with natural systems rather than against them." The conversation continued late into the evening, ranging over topics that revealed the breadth of wisdom contained within the journal's pages. Sarah's architectural background allowed her to contribute insights that complemented Eleanor's social observations and Thomas's practical knowledge, creating a rich dialogue that seemed to generate new understandings, even as it shared established ones. When Sarah finally returned to her small inn in the neighbouring village, she carried with her not just memories of an extraordinary day, but a sense of renewed purpose that she hadn't felt in months. The journal had shown her that meaningful work was still possible, that there were communities where craftsmanship and care were valued above speed and profit. Over the following weeks, Sarah extended her stay in the Cotswolds, making daily visits to Lower Slaughter that gradually evolved from casual tourism to serious study. She began documenting the village's architectural features with the trained eye of a professional restorer, but her observations were guided by the journal's emphasis on understanding the deeper relationships between built environments and community life. She measured and sketched not just individual buildings, but the spatial relationships between them, the ways public and private spaces interacted to create opportunities for both solitude and community. She studied the mill's integration with the village's social rhythms, noting how its central position and open accessibility made it a natural gathering place that facilitated the kind of informal interactions that build social cohesion. Eleanor and Thomas supported Sarah's research by sharing insights they had gained from the journal and their own years of careful observation. They helped her understand which architectural features were merely decorative and which served essential functions in creating the village's unique atmosphere of peace and community. As Sarah's documentation project progressed, her initial fascination with Lower Slaughter's physical beauty deepened into appreciation for the sophisticated understanding of human needs that its design embodied. She was discovering that the village represented not just preserved historical charm, but a working model of sustainable community design that could inform contemporary practice. The journal had taught her to see beyond surface appearances to the underlying principles that made spaces truly livable. She learned to recognize how the village's layout encouraged walking over driving, how its scale promoted recognition and conversation among residents, how its integration with natural features created daily opportunities for contact with seasonal rhythms and weather patterns. These insights began to crystallize into a new vision for her own professional practice, one that emphasized understanding community needs over maximizing commercial returns, that prioritized long-term sustainability over short-term efficiency. The journal had shown her that architecture could be a form of service, rather than merely a means of artistic expression or financial success. As autumn arrived, and the mists once again began to gather along the river eye, Sarah faced a decision that would determine the direction of her future life. She had been offered the opportunity to return to London and join a firm that specialised in the kind of restoration work she had always claimed to value, but her weeks in Lower Slaughter had revealed the limitations of conventional approaches to historic preservation. The journal had taught her that true preservation required understanding not just how buildings looked, but how they functioned within larger systems of community life. It demanded attention to the relationships between structures and the social patterns they supported. Recognition that architectural success should be measured in terms of human flourishing, rather than aesthetic achievement alone. Eleanor and Thomas watched Sarah wrestle with this decision, recognizing in her struggle their own earlier choice to commit themselves to the journal's wisdom rather than pursuing more conventional forms of success. They offered support and counsel, but avoided giving direct advice, understanding that Sarah needed to reach her own conclusions about how to integrate her new insights with her professional ambitions. The resolution came one morning in late October, as Sarah stood beside the mill wheel watching its eternal rotation through water that carried fallen leaves like golden coins scattered by a generous autumn wind. She had spent the night reading through the journal's entries about choice and commitment, about the difference between work that merely pays bills and work that serves purposes larger than individual advancement. "I've decided to stay," she announced to Eleanor and Thomas when they arrived for their morning consultation with the mill's wisdom. "Not permanently, but long enough to develop a new approach to my practice, one that's based on the principles I've learned here. I want to become the kind of architect who helps communities preserve not just their buildings, but their essential character." Eleanor and Thomas received this announcement with the quiet satisfaction of gardeners who had watched carefully tended seeds finally break through the soil. They had recognized from their first encounter with Sarah that she possessed the qualities that would make her an effective guardian of the village's accumulated wisdom, and her decision to reorganize her life around the journal's principles confirmed their assessment. Over the winter months that followed, Sarah established herself as a semi-permanent resident of the area, renting a small cottage in Lower Slaughter, and beginning the slow process of rebuilding her practice, according to the insights she'd gained from the journal. She developed new methods for consulting with communities about their preservation needs, approaches that emphasized understanding social patterns and cultural values, rather than focusing solely on structural requirements. Her first projects were small and local, helping farmers adapt historic barns for contemporary uses while maintaining their essential character, advising village councils about balancing preservation concerns with practical needs. But even these modest commissions demonstrated the effectiveness of her new approach, creating solutions that satisfied both practical requirements and aesthetic sensibilities. Word of Sarah's distinctive practice began to spread through networks of people concerned with thoughtful preservation, and gradually she began receiving inquiries about larger projects that required the kind of sophisticated understanding of community dynamics that the journal had taught her to cultivate. Her reputation grew not just as a skilled restorer, but as an architect who could help communities preserve their essential character while adapting to changing needs. During this period of professional rebuilding, Sarah also began contributing her own observations to the journal, adding insights that reflected her architectural background, while honouring the tradition of wisdom sharing that previous guardians had established. Her entries focused on the relationship between built environments and community well-being, documenting the ways physical spaces could either support or undermine the social patterns that characterised healthy communities. Architecture, she wrote in one early entry, is not simply the art of creating beautiful buildings, but the science of crafting environments that encourage human flourishing. The most successful structures are those that serve not just their obvious functions, but the deeper needs of the communities that use them. A mill that only grinds grain is merely a machine, but a mill that also provides space for reflection, conversation, and community gathering becomes a vital organ in the body of village life. Her contributions to the journal reflected the fresh perspective that each generation of guardians brought to the accumulated wisdom, showing how timeless principles could be applied to contemporary challenges. Sarah's architectural training allowed her to articulate insights about spatial relationships and environmental psychology that complemented the social observations and practical knowledge that previous writers had contributed. As spring returned to Lower Slaughter and the mill wheel resumed its full rotation after winter's partial rest, Sarah, Eleanor, and Thomas established their own rhythm of collaboration and mutual support. They met regularly to discuss insights from the journal, to share observations about village life, and to explore how the wisdom they were protecting could be shared more broadly, without compromising its essential character. These conversations often took place beside the mill wheel, whose steady rhythm provided a meditative backdrop to their exploration of complex questions about preservation, change, and the relationship between individual purpose and community service. The wheel's eternal rotation had become for all three of them a symbol of the continuity that sustains meaningful work across generations. Sarah's presence had enriched the tradition of guardianship, bringing new perspectives while honouring the essential principles that had guided previous custodians of the village's wisdom. Her professional success demonstrated that the journal's insights could be applied effectively in contemporary contexts, that ancient wisdom about community and craftsmanship remained relevant in a rapidly changing world. As another autumn approached, and the mists gathered once again along the River Eye, the three guardians prepared to face whatever challenges and opportunities the future might bring. They had learned to trust the mysterious processes that governed the journal's revelation and concealment, understanding that their role was to protect and contribute to its wisdom, while remaining open to whatever new insights their stewardship might generate. The mill wheel continued its ancient rotation, grinding grain and time with equal patience, its presence a constant reminder that some things endure precisely because they serve purposes that transcend temporary concerns and changing circumstances. Its sound had become the soundtrack to their ongoing exploration of what it means to live and work in service of values that honour both tradition and innovation, both individual creativity and collective well-being. In the gentle harmony of water flowing over stone, in the patient rhythm of the wheel's eternal revolution, in the whispered conversations between past and future that the journal facilitated, Sarah, Eleanor and Thomas found the peace that comes from meaningful participation in something larger than themselves. They had discovered that the deepest satisfaction comes not from individual achievement, but from contributing to traditions that will continue long after their own stories have merged into the larger narrative that encompasses all partial truths, all temporary victories, all passing struggles in the endless human effort to create communities worthy of the hopes and dreams that sustain them through all seasons and circumstances. The wheel turned on through gathering mist and lengthening shadows, its voice a gentle benediction on the day's end, a promise that the conversation between human wisdom and natural rhythm continues through all changes, creating the conditions within which authentic life becomes possible for those who learn to listen to its ancient and ever-new song of patient service and enduring hope. As the years flowed like the River Eye itself through Lower Slaughter's timeless landscape, the tradition of journal guardianship continued to evolve and deepen under the care of its three devoted custodians. Sarah, Eleanor and Thomas had discovered that their collaboration created something greater than the sum of its parts, a living synthesis of architectural knowledge, social wisdom and practical understanding that enriched not only their own lives, but the entire community's capacity for thoughtful growth and preservation. The journal itself seemed to respond to this new configuration of guardianship, revealing layers of meaning and insight that had remained hidden during earlier periods of its existence. Entries appeared that dealt specifically with the challenges of collaborative stewardship, with the delicate balance required to maintain individual perspectives while serving collective purposes, with the ways different forms of expertise could be woven together to create more comprehensive understanding. One such entry, discovered by Sarah during a particularly misty morning in November, addressed the very questions they had been wrestling with about expanding their influence beyond the village boundaries. The greatest challenge facing any guardian of ancient wisdom is knowing when to share and when to protect, when to open doors and when to maintain beneficial boundaries. The mill's influence extends far beyond Lower Slaughter's lanes, but it operates through attraction rather than promotion, through example rather than evangelism. Those who need to find this wisdom will find it when they are ready to receive it. This insight guided their approach to Sarah's growing architectural practice, which had begun attracting attention from preservation organisations and community groups throughout England and beyond. Rather than actively promoting the journal's existence or explicitly marketing their approach as based on secret village wisdom, they allowed their work to speak for itself, trusting that people who resonated with their methods would seek deeper understanding. Sarah's projects had evolved into what she privately thought of as journal architecture, restoration and preservation work that honoured the accumulated wisdom she had absorbed from her years as a guardian. Her approach emphasised understanding the social and spiritual functions that buildings served within their communities, not just their aesthetic or historical significance. One particularly successful project involved the restoration of a medieval guild hall in a market town that had been struggling to maintain its identity amid pressures for commercial development. Rather than simply preserving the building's physical structure, Sarah had worked with the community to understand how the space had historically functioned as a centre for local governance, celebration and mutual support. Her restoration plan included not just structural repairs, but recommendations for programming and use that would help the building resume its traditional role as a community heart. She suggested modifications that would accommodate contemporary needs while honouring historical patterns, creating spaces that encouraged the kind of informal gathering and democratic participation that had characterised the building's original purpose. The project's success came not from its architectural innovations, but from its demonstration that historic preservation could serve present communities rather than simply creating monuments to the past. The Guildhall became a living example of how ancient wisdom about community design could be applied to contemporary challenges, attracting visitors and inspiring similar projects in other communities. Eleanor, meanwhile, had formalised her role as the village's unofficial chronicler and counsellor, establishing what she called the Memory Project, an ongoing effort to document not just Lower Slaughter's history, but the principles and practices that had enabled it to maintain its essential character through centuries of change. Her work involved interviewing elderly residents about their memories of village life, documenting traditional practices that were in danger of being forgotten, and identifying the subtle social mechanisms that maintained community cohesion across generations. Her research revealed that Lower Slaughter's success as a community was not accidental, but the result of countless conscious choices made by residents who understood their responsibilities to both present and future generations. The Memory Project had begun attracting attention from folklorists and social historians, but Eleanor maintained the journal's principle of indirect influence, sharing her findings in ways that honoured the village's privacy, while contributing to broader understanding of sustainable community design. Her articles in academic journals focused on general principles rather than specific details, protecting Lower Slaughter's secrets while offering insights that could benefit other communities. Thomas had embraced his expanded role as the mill's spiritual as well as practical guardian, developing an intuitive understanding of how the ancient machinery's influence could be channeled to serve healing and restoration purposes. His daily routines had evolved into something approaching sacred ritual, each adjustment to the wheel's alignment and each conversation with visitors becoming an opportunity to practice the patient wisdom that the journal had taught him to cultivate. The mill had become an unofficial pilgrimage destination for people seeking the kind of peace and clarity that seemed to emerge naturally from extended exposure to the wheel's rhythm. Thomas had learned to recognize the signs that indicated when someone needed solitary reflection versus gentle conversation, when practical advice would be helpful versus when simple presence was sufficient. His reputation as a source of quiet wisdom had spread through informal networks of people who valued depth over speed, contemplation over action, traditional knowledge over technological solutions. Visitors arrived from increasingly distant places, drawn by recommendations from friends who had experienced the mill's healing atmosphere during their own times of struggle or transition. The three guardians had established weekly meetings to share insights from their various forms of service, to explore connections between their different areas of expertise, and to consider how the journal's wisdom could most effectively be applied to the challenges facing their rapidly changing world. These sessions took place beside the mill wheel, whose steady rhythm provided both inspiration and grounding for their collaborative reflection. During one such meeting in early spring, as the wheel turned through water swollen with snowmelt from the surrounding hills, they discussed a recurring theme in recent journal entries, the idea that Lower Slaughter represented not just a preserved example of rural England, but a working laboratory for sustainable community design that could inform responses to contemporary global challenges. "I've been thinking about something I read in last month's entries," Sarah said, her voice thoughtful as she watched water cascade over the wheel's ancient paddles. The journal suggested that our role as guardians extends beyond simply protecting village wisdom to actively demonstrating how traditional principles can address modern problems. We're not just custodians, but translators, helping bridge the gap between ancient understanding and contemporary need. Eleanor nodded, recognizing in Sarah's observation an echo of insights that had been emerging from her own memory project research. The elderly residents I've been interviewing often express amazement at how relevant their childhood experiences seem to current discussions about climate change, social isolation, and economic sustainability. They grew up with practices that we're now rediscovering as cutting-edge solutions to 21st century challenges. Thomas added his own perspective, shaped by years of observing how the mill's influence affected visitors from urban environments. People arrive here stressed and distracted, overwhelmed by the pace and complexity of modern life. The wheel teaches them that some problems require patience rather than speed, that sustainable solutions often emerge from working with natural rhythms rather than against them. Their conversation that morning led to a decision that would shape the next phase of their guardianship, the development of what they called the Apprentice Programme, a carefully structured way of sharing the journal's wisdom with selected individuals who demonstrated both the need for its insights and the capacity to apply them responsibly in their own communities. The programme operated according to principles derived directly from the journal's guidance about the delicate balance between sharing and protecting ancient wisdom. Rather than offering formal courses or structured curriculum, they created opportunities for meaningful engagement with village life that allowed serious seekers to absorb essential insights through direct experience rather than abstract instruction. Potential apprentices were identified through the natural processes that had always brought spiritually hungry people to Lower Slaughter, recommendations from previous visitors, chance encounters during village exploration, the mysterious attraction that drew certain individuals to the mill's peaceful atmosphere. The selection process was intuitive rather than systematic, based on recognition of qualities that indicated readiness to receive and responsibly use the wisdom they would encounter. The first apprentice was a young farmer named David Chen, whose family had recently acquired land in a neighbouring valley and who was struggling to develop agricultural practices that honoured both environmental sustainability and economic viability. He had been visiting the mill regularly for several months, drawn initially by curiosity about traditional grain processing, but gradually recognising that his conversations with Thomas touched on deeper questions about the relationship between human intention and natural systems. David's apprenticeship involved spending several days each week working alongside Thomas at the mill, learning not just the technical aspects of grain processing but the philosophical principles that guided traditional approaches to agricultural stewardship. He studied sections of the journal that dealt with seasonal rhythms, soil health, and the subtle indicators that revealed when land was being worked in harmony with its natural capabilities. Under Thomas's guidance, David learned to read weather patterns through the mill wheel's behaviour, to understand grain quality as an indicator of farming practices, to recognise the connections between soil health and community well-being that industrial agriculture had largely forgotten. His education emphasised observation and patience over speed and efficiency, traditional knowledge over technological solutions. The second apprentice was Margaret Hartley, a recently retired teacher who had moved to the Cotswold seeking a more meaningful way to spend her later years. She had been attending Eleanor's informal morning sessions at the cottage, where her questions about community education and intergenerational knowledge transfer had revealed a sophisticated understanding of the challenges facing rural communities in an increasingly urbanised world. Margaret's apprenticeship focused on the journal's insights about social dynamics and community preservation, with particular attention to the ways traditional practices maintained connection between older and younger generations. She studied entries that dealt with the informal education that occurred through shared work, seasonal celebrations, and the kind of storytelling that preserved not just historical facts, but cultural values and practical wisdom. Eleanor guided Margaret through the delicate process of documenting community knowledge without violating the privacy and dignity of those who possessed it, teaching her to recognise which insights could be shared broadly and which required protection within trusted circles. Margaret learned to conduct interviews that honoured the wisdom of elderly residents, while avoiding the kind of academic extraction that reduced living knowledge to mere historical curiosity. The third apprentice was James Morrison, a young architect who had encountered Sarah's work through professional networks and had requested the opportunity to understand the principles that guided her distinctive approach to preservation and community design. His background in sustainable architecture had prepared him to appreciate the journal's insights about the relationship between built environments and community well-being. James's apprenticeship involved working alongside Sarah on restoration projects, learning to read buildings not just as aesthetic objects or historical artefacts, but as expressions of the communities that had created and sustained them. He studied journal entries that dealt with the subtle ways architectural features could either support or undermine social cohesion, environmental sustainability, and cultural continuity. Under Sarah's mentorship, James learned to conduct community consultations that revealed not just practical requirements, but deeper aspirations and values, to design solutions that honoured both historical precedent and contemporary need, to understand construction as a form of service to future generations, rather than simply a means of meeting immediate functional requirements. The apprentice programme operated for several years, gradually expanding to include individuals from various professional backgrounds who shared a commitment to applying traditional wisdom to contemporary challenges. Each apprentice spent significant time absorbing the journal's insights through direct. The apprentice programme operated for several years, gradually expanding to include individuals from various professional backgrounds who shared a commitment to applying traditional wisdom to contemporary challenges. Each apprentice spent significant time absorbing the journal's insights through direct engagement with village life, learning to see lower slaughter not as a quaint anachronism, but as a working model of sustainable community design. The programme's success lay not in the number of people it served, but in the quality of understanding it fostered among those who participated in it. Apprentices returned to their own communities carrying insights that could be adapted to different contexts, while honouring the essential principles that the journal had preserved across generations. Some became advocates for traditional building techniques that reduced environmental impact while creating more livable spaces. Others developed agricultural practices that combined ancient wisdom about soil stewardship with contemporary understanding of ecological systems. Still others applied village insights to urban community organizing, creating neighborhood initiatives that fostered the kind of mutual support and social cohesion that characterized healthy rural communities. As the apprentice program matured and its influence began to spread through informal networks of practitioners who valued depth over speed, tradition over innovation, community well-being over individual advancement, the three guardians recognized that they had helped create something significant, a quiet movement of people committed to demonstrating that ancient wisdom remained relevant to contemporary challenges. The journal itself seemed to respond to this expanded influence, revealing new sections that dealt specifically with the challenges and opportunities of sharing traditional knowledge in rapidly changing times. These entries emphasized the importance of maintaining essential principles while adapting specific practices to different contexts, of preserving wisdom without creating rigid orthodoxies, of serving larger purposes without losing connection to local communities. One particularly significant entry, discovered during the program's third year of operation, addressed the Guardian's growing influence with characteristic village wisdom. The greatest service that preservers of ancient knowledge can provide is not to convince others of their superior understanding, but to demonstrate through their own lives and work that traditional principles remain viable alternatives to contemporary confusion. The mill's influence spreads not through argument, but through attraction, not through promotion, but through example. Those who need these insights will recognize their value when they encounter communities that embody them authentically. This guidance shaped their approach to the program's continued development, emphasizing quality over quantity, depth over breadth, sustainable influence over rapid expansion. They learned to trust the mysterious processes that brought serious seekers to their attention, while maintaining the protective boundaries that ensured the journal's wisdom would be shared only with those who demonstrated the capacity to use it responsibly. As another decade passed and the apprentice program established itself as a quiet but influential network of practitioners committed to traditional wisdom, the three guardians began to recognize that their stewardship of the journal had evolved into something larger than they had originally envisioned. They had become catalysts for a broader cultural movement that honored the accumulated wisdom of rural communities while demonstrating its relevance to contemporary global challenges. The mill wheel continued its ancient rotation through all seasons and circumstances, its steady rhythm marking not just the passage of time but the accumulation of understanding that occurred when human intention aligned itself with natural patterns. Its sound had become the soundtrack to a growing community of people who understood that the solutions to modern problems often lay not in technological innovation, but in rediscovering the wisdom that had sustained human communities through previous centuries of challenge and change. Eleanor, now in her 80s but still sharp and engaged, had begun preparing for the eventual transition of her guardianship to younger hands. Her memory project had documented not just Lower Slaughter's traditional practices, but the principles that could guide other communities in preserving their own essential character while adapting to changing circumstances. Thomas, whose decades of service at the mill had made him something of a local legend, continued his daily rituals of maintenance and hospitality with the patient dedication that had characterized his entire approach to guardianship. His understanding of the mill's mysterious influence had deepened to the point where he could adjust its operation to serve healing purposes that went far beyond mere grain processing. Sarah, whose architectural practice had become internationally recognized for its distinctive approach to preservation and community design, remained committed to the journal's principles of service and stewardship. Her projects continued to demonstrate that traditional wisdom about sustainable design could be successfully applied to contemporary challenges, while honoring the cultural and environmental context that gave them meaning. The three guardians understood that their time as the journal's primary custodians was finite, that the mysterious processes that had brought them together would eventually select new guardians to carry the tradition forward. They had learned to trust these processes while preparing carefully for the transition, ensuring that the wisdom they had accumulated through their years of service would be preserved and transmitted to their successors. As autumn returned once again to Lower Slaughter, bringing with it the familiar cycle of mist and golden light that had marked the passage of seasons since time immemorial. The three guardians gathered beside the mill wheel for one of their regular sessions of reflection and planning. The wheel turned through water that carried fallen leaves like messages from the surrounding hills, its sound a gentle reminder of the continuity that sustained all their efforts. They talked about the apprentices who had graduated from their program and gone on to establish their own centres of traditional practice, about the communities that had been influenced by their demonstration of sustainable design principles, about the quiet network of practitioners who continue to draw inspiration from the wisdom preserved within the journal's pages. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a young woman who approached the mill with the particular combination of purposefulness and uncertainty that characterized people who had been drawn to Lower Slaughter by forces they didn't fully understand. She was perhaps 30 years old, dressed in practical clothing that suggested outdoor work, her eyes holding the kind of depth that comes from sustained engagement with meaningful challenges. "Excuse me," she said, addressing the three guardians with respectful diffidence. "I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've been visiting your village for several days, and I feel drawn to this mill in a way I can't quite explain. I'm a permaculture designer working on community resilience projects, and there's something about this place that seems to hold answers to questions I've been struggling with for years." Eleanor, Thomas and Sarah exchanged glances that communicated volumes without requiring words. They recognized in this young woman's arrival another manifestation of the mysterious selection process that had governed the journal's revelation across generations. Her professional background, her spiritual sensitivity, her obvious respect for traditional wisdom, all suggested that she might be among the next generation of guardians being prepared to receive the accumulated treasures that they had spent so many years protecting and developing. "Welcome to Lower Slaughter," Eleanor said, with the gentle warmth that had characterized her approach to all serious seekers. "I'm Eleanor Pemberton, and these are my colleagues Thomas Hartwell and Sarah Whitman. We'd be honoured to share what we know about this mill and its place in our community's life. What specifically draws you here?" As the young woman, who introduced herself as Rebecca Green, began sharing her story of searching for models of sustainable community design that honoured both human needs and environmental limits, the three guardians listened with the quality of attention that the journal had taught them to cultivate. They heard in her words echoes of their own earlier seeking, recognition of the same longings that had brought each of them to their roles as protectors of village wisdom. Rebecca's story unfolded gradually, revealing a background in ecological design and community organising that had prepared her to appreciate the subtle relationships between social patterns and environmental sustainability. She'd been travelling through rural communities, documenting traditional practices that demonstrated successful adaptation to local conditions while maintaining cultural continuity across generations. "I visited dozens of villages and rural communities," she explained, "studying examples of sustainable design and community resilience. But this place feels different somehow. There's a quality of integration here, a sense that all the various elements, the buildings, the landscape, the social patterns, even the way people move through the space, work together in ways that go beyond mere historical preservation." Sarah nodded, recognizing in Rebecca's observations the same insights that had drawn her own attention during her first visit to Lower Slaughter years earlier. "You're responding to something that took us years to understand fully," she said. "This village represents not just preserved traditional architecture, but a living system of sustainable community design that continues to evolve while maintaining its essential character." As the afternoon progressed and Rebecca's questions revealed the depth of her understanding and the authenticity of her commitment to sustainable community design, the three guardians began to sense that they were witnessing another chapter in the journal's ongoing story of revelation and concealment. Rebecca possessed exactly the combination of technical expertise, spiritual sensitivity, and genuine commitment to service that characterized the ideal guardian. When evening approached, and the mill wheel's sound shifted subtly with the changing light, Eleanor made the decision that felt both inevitable and somehow long prepared. "Rebecca," she said, "would you be interested in seeing something that very few people know about? Something that might help explain why this mill and this village have such a profound effect on people who are seeking authentic models of sustainable community? Rebecca's response was immediate and enthusiastic, her professional curiosity clearly aroused by the suggestion that Lower Slaughter held secrets beyond its obvious charm and historical significance. The three guardians led her to the wheel's foundation, to the precise spot where the journal had been hidden and discovered and hidden again across generations of careful stewardship. With ceremonial deliberation that honoured the significance of the moment, Thomas removed the loose stone and withdrew the leather journal from its place of concealment. Rebecca's eyes widened as she saw the ancient volume, her permaculture training immediately recognising the craftsmanship of its binding and the obvious care with which it had been preserved. This journal, Thomas explained, contains the accumulated wisdom of everyone who has served as guardian of this mill and this village's essential character over the past 2 centuries. It's not just a historical record, but a living document that continues to grow through the contributions of those who understand its significance and commit themselves to its protection. As Rebecca carefully opened the journal and began reading its first entries, the three guardians watched her face transform with wonder and recognition. She was encountering ideas and observations that resonated deeply with her own professional insights and personal longings, discovering a tradition of ecological wisdom and community stewardship that offered exactly the kind of integration she'd been seeking. The evening sunlight slanted through the mill's windows as Rebecca absorbed page after page of accumulated understanding, her reading occasionally interrupted by exclamations of delight or murmurs of recognition. She was discovering that the journal contained not just historical curiosities, but practical guidance for anyone seeking to understand how human communities could maintain sustainable relationships with their environmental and social contexts. "This is extraordinary," she said finally, looking up from the journal with eyes bright with excitement and tears. These writers have documented principles of ecological design and community resilience that permaculture practitioners are only beginning to rediscover. They've understood for generations what we're trying to learn about the integration of human and natural systems. As darkness settled over the village and the mill wheel's sound grew softer in the still air, the 4 of them made their way back to Eleanor's cottage for dinner and continued conversation. The evening meal became an extended dialogue about traditional ecological knowledge, sustainable community design, and the ways ancient wisdom could inform contemporary responses to environmental and social challenges. Rebecca proved to be an eager and perceptive student, asking thoughtful questions that revealed her genuine commitment to understanding not just the journal's historical significance, but its practical applications to current challenges. She was particularly interested in the ways traditional communities had maintained resilience through adaptation rather than resistance, flexibility rather than rigidity. "What I find most hopeful," she said over Eleanor's homemade soup, "is that the journal documents successful examples of sustainable community design that have actually worked over extended periods. So much contemporary environmental thinking is theoretical, but this represents tested knowledge about how human communities can thrive within natural limits." The conversation continued late into the evening, ranging over topics that revealed the breadth of wisdom contained within the journal's pages and the ways it could inform current efforts to create more sustainable and resilient communities. Rebecca's permaculture background allowed her to contribute insights that complemented the social, architectural and practical knowledge that the three guardians had accumulated during their years of stewardship. When Rebecca finally returned to her small inn for the night, she carried with her not just memories of an extraordinary evening, but a sense of homecoming that she hadn't felt in years of searching. The journal had shown her that the integration she sought was not just possible, but had been achieved and maintained by communities that understood the patient work required to create authentic sustainability. Over the following weeks, Rebecca extended her stay in the Cotswolds, beginning what would become a formal apprenticeship in the wisdom that the journal contained and the three guardians had spent years learning to apply. Her training followed the same principles that had guided previous apprentices: deep engagement with village life, patient absorption of traditional knowledge, and gradual preparation for her own future role as a protector and transmitter of sustainable community wisdom. The mill wheel turned on through all seasons and weather, its ancient voice a constant reminder that some truths transcend temporary circumstances, that authentic solutions emerge from patient attention to enduring patterns, that the conversation between human wisdom and natural rhythm continues through all changes, creating the conditions within which meaningful life becomes possible for those who learn to listen to its ancient and ever-new song of hope, service, and abiding peace. And so, as the mist settles once more along the river eye, and the ancient wheel continues its eternal rotation through waters that have flowed here since before memory began, we leave Lower Slaughter to its timeless rhythms. The journal rests safely in its hiding place, waiting for the next soul who needs to discover that wisdom often whispers rather than shouts, that the most profound truths are found not in grand gestures, but in the patient turning of wheels, the gentle flow of water over stone, and the quiet dedication of those who understand that some things are worth preserving across generations. The mill song continues, soft and constant, grinding grain and time and hope into the flour that nourishes not just bodies but souls. In its rhythm we find the heartbeat of community, the breath of continuity, the promise that wherever we are, whatever challenges we face, there are wells of wisdom waiting to be discovered by those who learn to listen with their hearts. Let the wheel's gentle turning carry you now toward rest, toward dreams filled with golden light and flowing water, towards sleep that comes as naturally as mist rising from ancient streams. May you wake refreshed, carrying with you the peace of Lower Slaughter's lanes, the wisdom of its hidden journal, and the knowledge that some truths endure through all seasons, all changes, all the gentle turnings of time itself. Sweet dreams, dear listener, sweet dreams. Thank you for joining us on this journey to Lower Slaughter. If this story brought you peace, please like and subscribe to What If Sleep Storian for more gentle tales that whisper you towards sleep. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the soft sound of turning wheels and flowing water.